of the Board of County Commissioners to order, please. Today is Tuesday, March 28th, and without further ado, I would like to ask Commissioner Eggers to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll have Reverend Andy Oliver come up and do the invocation right after that, okay? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray.
Thank you.
O God of many names, we come again to you asking for wisdom for our elected leaders, that they might discern with your empathy how to care for your people who reside in this county. In that spirit, I come again to this lectern to lift up to you some of the forgotten of our county. Those who live alongside Haynes Road near US 19, who barely have the income to get by, who have to travel a 2-block stretch without a sidewalk next to cars speeding by. As I drive that stretch daily, this week I've seen families pushing babies in strollers. I've seen a woman stumble at night who I almost hit. I've seen multiple people in wheelchairs. I've seen people without their own personal transportation. I've seen people the system fails again and again and again take their life into their hands just to make it to the corner store or home from school. The lives of their children in hands held tightly as they daily walk on a 6-inch dirt path, a foot from speeding danger. We've heard that these lives aren't worth the cost it would take to engineer a solution, complicated as it is, and yet we will find the will today to approve almost $10 million of sidewalks for people of greater financial means, of lighter skin, living on 42nd Avenue North and those in Mehlenbacher, miles of sidewalks on streets not as busy, for those with access to their own transportation, residents living next to a golf course who already have a sidewalk but just want it better. Oh God, may each of us guide our decision-making with empathy and equity at the forefront. May we live our lives in such a way to repair the mistakes of the past. May we remember that when we prioritize the least of these, everyone is served. Today, we will likely approve $6 million for TrueNarc analyzers, an expenditure the Times reports is not supported by science, but we will rightfully take our sheriff at his word so that lives will be saved. May we have the same approach to those people living in poverty. May we take them at their word for their basic needs, for the ability to walk 2 blocks without fear of speeding cars, so that lives will also be saved. For when we prioritize those living at the margins, our entire county is lifted up. So like the persistent widow, I plead again, may our commissioners govern in a way that brings life and liberation to all. And remind us, O God, when the people of Lilman alongside Haynes Road are served, all will be served. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. And just so you're all aware, Commissioner Latvala will be here very shortly. He's been, as we speak, there he is. Okay, so we have a couple of a presentation this afternoon, and I'll come down there to deliver it, if you don't mind, and then we'll get our pictures taken after that, okay? I can just use this. All right, thank you. Okay, we have a change to our agenda in terms of who's going to be accepting this presentation this afternoon. So, do you want to come up That'd be great, thank you. Hi.
I'm Judith Wyszynski Price.
Andrea Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. This is for National Public Safety Communications Week, and I'm very happy that we have our two folks here today to accept the presentation. So whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of law enforcement officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Emergency Communications Center, and whereas public safety telecommunications are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunications are the single vital link for our law enforcement officer, firefighters, and paramedics by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety, and whereas public safety telecommunications have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients, and whereas each public safety telecommunicator has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the week of April 9th through April 15th, 2023, be recognized as National Public Safety Communicators Week, in witness whereof we have set our hands and caused the seal of Pinellas County, Florida, to be affixed hereto on this 28th day of March, 2023. And so, would you like to say a few words on behalf of your group?
Thank you. I think Andrea has a couple words she wants to say as well, as she glares at me. But our telecommunicators work very hard to positively impact the safety of our citizens and responders. And we're very appreciative of the recognition that you have given them today. Thank you very much.
I just, as a telecommunicator, would like to thank the board for recognizing us, and it's very appreciated to all of our hard work that all our operators do, so thank you.
You're welcome. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, it is a really, really very stressful job. And maybe you'd like to share with us how many folks work over there on behalf of all of us, really.
In total, we have about 100 people working over there right now. Not all at the same time, but providing support for our responders and our citizens.
24 hours a day, 365 days a year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Oh,
Ready? On my count to three, 2. Let's see, I'll take one more. On 3, 2. Very nice, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. And next, we have a partner presentation, and that will be done by Pat DePlasco, Executive Director of Keep Pinellas Beautiful. Welcome, Pat.
The PowerPoint, is it up? No, there's a PowerPoint.
Oh.
I sent it a couple of weeks ago.
There you go.
Okay. Can it work over here? How do we get it on this one?
Put it right on top of the glass.
No, she's got the clicker.
I have
Oh.
the clicker, but there's nothing here.
I don't know. Can
Okay.
you help us?
Let me get it.
If you turn around, you'll see what we see on the big screen there.
Sorry about
Perfect.
that. Everybody
okay.
silence your cell phones. Ay, ay, ay.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Pat DePlasco, and I am the executive director of your local Keep America Beautiful affiliate, Keep Pinellas Beautiful. I am so honored to stand here before you today and talk to you about our impact that we've had on the community for 2022. We've already hit the road running for and then we're talking the fiscal year right now for 2023, and we're already surpassing numbers, which is remarkable. Okay. Keep Pinellas Beautiful is a nonprofit organization, just in case you don't know, dedicated to creating and fostering a community of environmentally responsible citizens through education, engagement, and empowerment. As we harness the power of the volunteer, we address critical environmental issues to protect and preserve our natural environment within our Pinellas County region. We strive to continue to develop not only programs that not only improve the appearance of our communities and the health of our ecosystems, but develop a sense of community pride and ownership for all involved. Our focus areas are litter prevention, waste reduction, conservation, beautification, and community greening, and they define the framework of our community improvement initiatives. Our adoption programs. Well, I consider our adoption program volunteers to be the foundation of our efforts. These dedicated volunteers come back year after year, and they are our base. Their commitment has proven invaluable, as each adoption volunteer has averaged removing a total of 9 pounds of trash from public lands and shorelines 4 to 6 times a year. 9 pounds doesn't sound like an impressive number until you look at the total results. And this is a prime example of how we can show the impacts of the efforts of one, when combined with the labors of many, can equate to almost 57,000 pounds of litter being removed through this program alone. Our community projects, including the cleanup initiatives, beautification and community greening efforts outside of the Great American Cleanup and the International Coastal Cleanup season, are collective efforts to improve our environment for people and nature. We have removed over 200,000 pounds of litter, planted trees, created and maintained green spaces, removed invasive plants, refurbished mangroves and beaches, and educated the public about Florida-friendly landscaping practices. And our efforts connect and engage individuals of all ages, neighborhoods, community groups, and businesses as they invest in our green spaces to keep them clean and green. Our litter hotline, now I want you to record this number, 727-210-4663. And that's our community service program where residents can report illegal dumping and excessive littered spots. Our staff removes illegally dumped items within 24 hours of the initial call. And this program assists the county departments such as solid waste, traffic, environmental management, and code enforcement. It is amazing how much the Litter Hotline program has grown over the past 7+ years. In 2015, we had 91 calls and abated 12,000 or so pounds of illegal dumping. In 2022, we had 221 hotline calls and prevented almost 40,000 pounds of trash from entering our waterways. Our education program takes on many forms, and this is the foundation of what we do, as we educate. We share our litter prevention and environmental stewardship message during traditional classroom presentations and community meetings, online environmental courses, and we share a variety of topics through our blog quarterly. We play an interactive environmental games and activities that include bingo and Jeopardy remotely, and we engage kindergarten through 8th grade students in our interactive Kids Can cleanup and learning events. We recruit and develop leaders in our community through our youth advisory committee, our high school chapters, our ambassador programs, which include site captains, education leaders, microplastic ambassadors, and beautification specialists. But what sets our programs apart from others is that we include an educational component in everything we do. Volunteers of all ages learn about caring for our environment through experiential learning, and they participate in our community improvement activities. Now, I don't know who got to see this last summer, but this was a lot of fun. Surfing Evolution Preservation Foundation generously donated a mechanical beach debris removing device to the Keep America Beautiful affiliates of Florida. And this remote-controlled robot slowly strolled the beaches and sifted the shoreline as it collected litter from the top 2 inches of the sand. With the support of Seagram's Escapes, we implemented the 2022 KPB BBOT Beach Tour, and we cleaned 17 beaches during the month of July. But more than cleaning the beaches, it was a great educational tool. This thing, you can only imagine coming on the beach with this big robot. We had so many kids and so many people coming to us, and what a great learning opportunity. It was a phenomenal opportunity. Our Great American Cleanup, thank you so much, Commissioner Justice, for coming to our kickoff and our Leaders Against Litter event. Great American Cleanup is Keep America Beautiful's signature event. And every year, we run this community improvement program from March 1st through June 30th. And we engage approximately 7,000 volunteers in over 500 projects with the purpose of inspiring environmental stewards and developing a community bonds and pride. The International Coastal Cleanup, we do this in partnership with the Ocean Conservancy, and we coordinate this local effort and perform the Citizen Scientist Cleanup event. We run this program from September 1st through October 31st each year, and we not only pick up litter, but we record specifically every item abated. This information is collected worldwide and helps to identify the top littered items and provides data to support anti-litter programs throughout the world. This is something new, and one of the reasons why I believe that Keep Pinellas Beautiful is so successful is we develop relationships. And what we've done is, in the city of Clearwater, we've developed relationships with a number of different organizations to help us gain a larger impact. And we put together what's called the Big Clearwater Cleanup. And it's a prime example about how much we can accomplish when we work together. Keep Pinellas Beautiful partners with the City of Clearwater, Ocean Allies, another nonprofit, Amplify Clearwater, and Visit St. Pete Clearwater for an impactful monthly cleanup series throughout the year. So every third Friday, I think it is. And then we culminate this in October with a main event that included 50 sites in one day. Our total impact. From January 1st through December 31st, Keep Pinellas Beautiful conducted 733 educational presentations. We participated in 58 outreach events. Therefore, 31,074 individuals were educated. The affiliate, and I love this number, the affiliate engaged 18,999 volunteers, and our organization coordinated 1,206 projects. As a result of the combined efforts, we've abated 218,057 pounds of litter, as well as removed 71,216 pounds of invasive plants. And we recovered 13,000 plus pounds of recyclables and planted 28 gardens, as well as planted 3,023 trees and plants. Now, when you multiply $28.54, which is the value of a volunteer last year, and that you multiply that times 49,854, now that's the amount of hours our volunteers worked with us, volunteer hours, we see that we saved taxpayers over $1,400,000 in community improvement services. Now, looking beyond the statistics, we reported for trash abatement and gardens planted, invasive plants removed, and number of residents educated, is the growing sense of community that we're building during our projects and programs. The number reflects more than the improvements made to our communities. We have worked diligently to engage citizens in our initiatives as we work toward a cleaner, greener, healthier environment. It is inspiring to see neighbors working together to beautify their neighborhood parks, residents cleaning up our beaches, and local groups assisting to clean up our public lands and waterways. Pinellas County residents are working hand in hand to accomplish one goal: to make our community a more beautiful place to live, work, and play. The simple fact is this, and this is the reason we do what we do. Keep Pinellas beautiful. Our board of directors and staff extends our sincerest gratitude for the support Pinellas County has provided us over the last 30-plus years. Thank you for believing that together we will keep Pinellas beautiful. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Any questions or comments from the board, Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank Pat and her team for all the great work they do. Not only we see the great work and the impact, but the current leadership of Keep Pinellas Beautiful has been recognized by the National Association as one of our outstanding affiliates nationwide. So we're really proud of the work that you all do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great job.
Couldn't do it without your support, though. We're very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a few citizens to be heard this afternoon. Number one is Suzanne House. Please state your name and your address.
Suzanne House, 8802 Lagoon Street, Tampa, 33615. Okay. I represent Florida Voices for Animals, and we support the ban on the retail sale of rabbits. I understand some commissioners say they've never heard of a rabbit problem. Haven't you been listening to us at the meetings? Tell Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue, Babette's Bunny Rescue, and every other rabbit rescue in this state that there's no problem. They won't believe you. I've heard other commissioners say we need education, not a ban. Believe me, when they buy these rabbits, there's nobody there to educate them. The people that work at these stores, there's a turnover every 6 months. They might hand them a piece of paper, if even that. It's too late for education. In the meantime, domestic rabbits are being bought and they're being dumped in neighborhoods and parks at night. In my neighborhood alone, last month, a man dumped 30 rabbits on Countryway and Hillsborough at night. That's unheard of. These are living, sentient beings. They need our help. Please support the ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Renee Rivard.
Hello, Commissioners. Renee Rivard, P.O. Box 81, Cortez, Florida 34215. Everyone has a purpose in life. If you don't know what your purpose is, it's whatever touches your heart. It could be children, the disabled, the homeless, people with cancer, the environment, or animals. We can't all have the same purpose in life or the world wouldn't go around. We need to respect each other's purpose. The animal advocate folks who are trying to educate you about the unwanted pet rabbit problem put their hearts and souls into rescuing animals. They are your partners in the fight against homeless animals. Please listen and understand what they are saying. Your purpose in life may not be the same as theirs. That being said, Hillsborough and Pasco County Commissioners passed rabbit retail bans unanimously. Scott Trebetowski, Animal Services Director in Hillsborough County, told commissioners, quote, "The rabbit problem is real, and it has been going on for decades." Sherry Silk, CEO of the Tampa Humane Society, supported a retail ban from the very beginning to slow down the amount of rabbits they are taking in. There is an obvious unwanted pet rabbit problem in Pinellas County as well. There is constant dumping of pet rabbits outside. We are notifying you when this happens. Your animal services is not affected because they don't take in rabbits. Your animal services director told me that you don't provide the resources for them to be able to do that. I was shocked to hear Commissioner Scott say the SPCA does not want a retail ban on rabbits. Why wouldn't they? They took in 345 rabbits last year and euthanized 61 of them. Over the years, I have heard talk that the SPCA is not transparent in their actual number of euthanasias and that they euthanize too many healthy animals. It is my understanding that there is a Facebook page about this. I do know from experience that it has been very hard to get rabbit numbers from them, and they are guarded about euthanasia reasons. My take is that if you are going to ask for donations from the public, you need to be transparent and honest with them. I listened to your last work session. To date, I have not heard one valid excuse to not pass a retail ban in Pinellas County. Easter is coming. That means more dumped rabbits. Dumping animals outside is a misdemeanor by Florida Statute 828. A public service announcement about dumping rabbits, chicks, and ducklings after Easter would be appreciated to relieve the workload put on your rescues. Even your wildlife rescues are complaining about the dumped animals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is David Lamalia. I'm not sure I have that name. I couldn't read. What is it?
Lomaka.
Lomaka.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Just a couple of seconds today just to, I'm actually speaking, 19 Highwood Street, Clearwater Beach, 33767. And today is really just not here as my profession, but here as somebody who's a concerned citizen about the fate of seniors in Pinellas County and what we're choosing to do or not to do with them. In my position, I realize that we have, and I don't know that the public knows this, but there's over 1,250 people waiting for a meal today, waiting for one hot delivered meal by a volunteer. There are over 150 people with cognitive disorders, with dementias, who are being taken care of by a caregiver who is not able to go to work or do things, even for a day of respite. Those people are on waiting lists for federal funding that's not available. Even though right now we're lobbying the federal government, the state Department of Elder Affairs, to really try to find more funding for that. But in the eyes of the county, the support we get is for we get about $200,000-ish to provide meals, which is for less than 100 people. And so there's still, and we serve over 1,000 and there's 1,200 waiting. So my concern is for seniors, as somebody whose both parents lived and died in this county and know what the resources are and required. One of the things we're also doing in this year is transportation has been cut in half in January. So we provided close to 8,000 trips in January or in December of last year. We're down to 5,000 this year because we're reverting back to funding in 2019 levels. So I'm here just to have a conversation, not today obviously in this time, but to ask for that time that we could have a conversation about senior care in Pinellas County and the county's role in that senior care. A lot of municipalities have senior centers and they help support us with local match dollars to provide some of the funding through our federal dollars. That's important to us, but we have just as many people in unincorporated Pinellas as we do in all the municipalities combined. So there are opportunities for us to do things that I'm hopeful that somewhere down the road we could have that conversation. I did have the opportunity to speak with a couple of folks that you directed to, I believe, from your Human Services Department to have those conversations, and we made them aware of those waiting lists and the complicated nature of funding and how difficult that we could go on one hand and say there's no money for services, and the next hand could say, oh, there's more than enough money for services. But bureaucracy keeps that from happening. And that's the things that I believe we could talk about in a strategic way.
Happy
Thank
to
you for your
have that
time.
conversation. Thank
Pardon?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have David Balaguetis Jr.
Hi, good afternoon,
Hello.
Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor, and again, counterfeiting itself, serving as preamble to Hamilton's second Constitution, the Declaration of Independence states, "To eat us out of our subsistence, to complete perfidy and works of death, absolute destruction of all ages and conditions, and in doing so, that they are to be protected by mock trial from any punishment for the murders that they should commit on the inhabitants of these states." The Reclaim Water Variance application additionally states that I, the applicant, literally owe my health, my safety, and my religion too. So as based on the Declaration of Independence, we have murderers that are to be protected by mock trial to include murder religious in nature based on the Reclaim Water Variance, using water as its weapon of choice in its mockery, which is further reflected in the 14th Amendment as the taking of life, liberty, and property, now to include my religion of Christianity in its mockery, while so-called naturalizing water jurisdictions, vanquishing Christianity in Federalist Paper number 2, intent on controlling the will of mankind in Federalist Paper number 79. Statute 163.3167, Section 11, in 2009 envisions this as sort of a clearinghouse in its creation of a future jurisdiction. Executive Order 13406, George Bush, orders this taking as a direct condemnation, stating to quiet title to property, to acquire abandoned property, to exercise eminent domain, to convey property as enumerated, seen as an eminent domain of both personal and real property in Statute 15303, Section 5, in support of the reclaimed water occupation in its taking of everything. Last month, February 28th, agenda item number 11, this commission appropriated $500 million for disaster relief funds in preparation for a catastrophic disaster of sorts. On February 14th, agenda item number 10, the county also appropriated $10 million for the fencing off of county property to include enough fence to surround the enumerated areas of Dunedin, Pinellas Park, Clearwater, and so forth. What I see here is a wartime buildup using reclaimed water as a chemical and biological weapon, as a modern-day gas chamber, and the imprisonment of Christians behind such fencing of such.
Thank you, Mr. Balaguetis. Thank you. Next, we have Marlon Weintraub. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Marlon Weintraub on behalf of 11880 34th Street North, Clearwater. I don't believe I'm at the right setting for what I'm trying to do. I actually need to solve a water issue and have dialogue with you guys, because through Jeremy Capes and a couple other people that are a part of the utility directors, they say you guys, the commissioner's the only one that can solve it. So I'm not looking just to come up here and waste 3 minutes of your time talking about nonsense.
All right, well then I would direct you to Jill. Can you?
Jill's on.
What?
Jill's right there.
I just,
Was Megan here?
Is that Megan Ross?
yes.
I've emailed Megan Ross a few times. She never got back to me. So she's, Marlon, I have the recycling center.
How about you step over here or out there and let Megan assist you?
Okay.
While we carry on with the rest of our meeting.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. Susan Hall.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
I'm Susan Hall, Dartmouth Avenue, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33713. I'm a volunteer with Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue, and once again, I'm here to ask you to support a ban of the sale of rabbits from pet stores. I know you think it's not a problem, that we don't have any dumped bunnies in Pinellas County. The 6 of them in my home would dispute that. Started out in 2018 with one little guy that was dumped in a cardboard box in the parking lot in a cart corral at Lowe's. I sent you an email describing how all of the bunnies arrived, and I hope that you've had a chance to take a look at that. We have a dumped bunny problem in Pinellas County. We also have a tremendously dangerous disease called rabbit hemorrhagic virus disease 2, which is rampaging the country and can wipe out within days. Usually within 24 hours, rabbits die, both wild and domestic populations. By banning the sales of rabbits in pet stores and flea markets, you would actually be helping 4-H people and bunny breeders who breed for show, along with meat breeders. And as you can imagine, I'm not the best friend of meat breeders, but I'm here asking you to protect their financial impact. If this disease gets a foothold, and it's likely because the rabbits that are being sold in pet stores are coming from bunny mills in Georgia, where it's gotten a foothold. If those bunnies get into the chain here, we're going to have a serious problem, and you're going to have a lot of people very unhappy. I really, really need you people to understand that when your SPCA people tell you that they don't go out to get rabbits unless they're hurt, injured, or sick, they don't know what they're talking about. Bunnies are prey animals. They do not let you know when they're sick. It's my job as their mom to figure that out, and it's not an easy task. We need to have some help. We're the ones that are getting our X-Pens and our bananas and our group of friends in the cars and going out to Drew Street in US 19 at 9 o'clock on a rainy night trying to trap bunnies that people have dumped because they have no place else to take them. We're the ones that are taking in these babies because people buy them from pet stores with young folks that don't know what they're talking about when they gender these babies, and they sell to a breeding pair to these people under the premise that they're both girls or both boys. Before 3 months is over, they now have 6 baby bunnies to take care of, and they can't. They don't know what to do with them. They don't have the money to pay to give them back to the SPCA or any place else. The shelters are overflowing with bunnies. We need your help. There's only a few people that profit from the sale of bunnies. There's a lot of us that are spending our own money.
Your
And I
time
need
is
your
up.
help. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we have several people on Zoom, again, about the bunny rabbits, and most of them are from out of town. So I am going to ask Nina Perino from Palm Harbor if you're online. Are you online, Nina? Madam Clerk?
Is Ms. Perino, you there? Yeah.
Hello? Nina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Nina Perino. I live in Palm Harbor, 2678 Megan Court, 34684. And I just want to say I fully support the retail ban of rabbits. We've had a problem here in Pinellas County for a long time, and we're being successful on getting it banned in other counties. I don't understand why Pinellas seems to be falling on deaf ears. Blind, deaf and dumb, possibly. I don't know how you not know that there is a rabbit problem here, right in my area in Palm Harbor, in the Courts of Lake St. George. We have a problem here too. Luckily, my neighbor was able to capture the bunny and get him help. But again, you're stressing out all of the rescuers, and there's limited rescue organizations helping out the bunnies using their own funds. I'm shocked to learn that the Animal Services doesn't handle it at all, and the SPCA is not wanting to support a ban. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a really simple no-brainer. There's a lot of things we can't do anything about that are out of our control. This is not. This is just a very simple ban that is very needed in our county. So please, please listen to the facts, the information that's been provided, the emails with numerous evidence and pictures and videos of dumped bunnies and what happens to them and what a problem it is. Please listen to your constituents, or else I will vote you out. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Laura Pennington. The rest of these folks do not live in Pinellas County, so for purposes of moving our agenda, I will give them 2 minutes to discuss whatever most of them want to talk about rabbits. Rabbits are not on our agenda today, but I will give Laura Pennington from Tampa, Florida, 2 minutes. If you're on Zoom, please identify yourself, Laura.
Hi, this is Laura Pennington. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Laura Pennington. I live in Tampa, 3107 Belmore Road. And I fully support, again, the retail ban on rabbits. I myself have found dead rabbits in the park, abandoned rabbits. I think it is a widespread issue, and I think rabbits typically are an impulse buy by children, and oftentimes people don't know what's involved in their care. And I was a child with that situation myself, where we had several rabbits, and you have to go to a special vet. It's very difficult to get them fixed. The care is more complicated than dogs and cats and requires some special knowledge, which most people don't have. And they see rabbits as being inexpensive sort of starter pets, and they're really not. They're very complicated, difficult to care for, and when they pass away, it affects the whole family. It affected my whole family. We had several. Some were killed by predators, others were poisoned outside, and it was heartbreaking for me and my family and the rabbits themselves. And I think, like some of the other people have said, it's really a win-win. If you ban them, people can still get them through a rescue or breeder. But if they go through a rescue, they're going to do their homework up front, and it won't be an impulse buy where a kid just sees a rabbit in a store and thinks, "Oh, this is easy. I keep it in a cage." It's not easy, and I would fully support it, and I'd like you to consider that it will help not just rabbits but families and children, and I really thank you for your time very much.
Thank you. Next is Mary Solik from Orlando, Florida. Mary, are you online?
Madam Chair, I think she's for agenda item 40. The next one I have is Miriam Parham.
So Mary Solik is for item 40?
Yes.
I couldn't really tell the way it was written on this sheet. Thank you. Natalie Troy from Tampa.
Natalie Troy is also for item 40.
Oh, she's 40 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Miriam Parham is ready to speak, if you're okay with.
Miriam, are you online?
Yes.
All right, you'll
Yes.
have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Miriam Parham. I'm in Dade City, Florida, but I represent Florida Voices for Animals, and we're 4,600 supporters in the area, many of which are in Pinellas County. We are not an out-of-state group. You've heard a lot of the issues about the rabbit sale industry, so I'll try to get my comments concise. But all of the aspects of the industry cause a lot of pain and suffering to the rabbits, including the breeding, transporting, the wire cages, and the impulse buying that you've heard about, and improper handling by kids leading to injuries and deaths, and more, on and on and on. But you've heard they suffer one of the biggest abandonment rates. So consumers want to get rid of them when the novelty wears off. And when they get rid of them, they don't know where to take them. So they often release them, as you've heard. And that doesn't work out too well. They don't do well outdoors, and they can bring viruses, as you've heard. And they often fall prey to vicious attacks by dogs or wild animals that can mutilate and kill them. Not a pretty thought for these innocent, gentle animals. Apparently, coyotes involved in one of the neighborhoods of one of the commissioners, you claim solved some of this problem, but this is really an ongoing problem, and it's going to hurt the wild population. Another thing is that the animals are being sold too young to the breeders and then held at the stores in the cages that are not very comfortable and to their tender feet before they can be sold when they're old enough. So they are being sold, and that's just a disconnect in that. So as you heard, the rescues pay to treat, sterilize, and feed these animals at a great financial and emotional burden. So we need to stop this. So if people need they really want to find a home for a rabbit, they should adopt. And the stores could help with adoption programs coordinated together And, the stores will make money from the food supplies. It's a win-win for all. So again, in closing, I've heard that some of you are concerned that by banning the retail
Your
sale of
time
rabbits.
is up. Your time is up. Thank you for calling. Sunjay Schwartz is from Holiday. Sunjay?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sunya. I'm with Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. Live on Masonville Loop and Holiday. And I would like to express my disappointment with your decision not to take any action on the unwanted rabbit problem in Pinellas County. Over the weekend, we took in a rabbit who have been running loose in Clearwater for an unknown length of time. Another one that was with this one has gone missing, and last night we were notified about a rabbit who was just caught in Safety Harbor off of 580, sorry. Rabbits are not the easy to care for pets that are advertised in stores. They require a very specialized diet, a lot more space than the rabbit cages sold in stores, and since they are considered an exotic pet, they need to see a specialist trained in rabbit medicine. Yet they are often bought as an impulse buy, only to find out that the rabbit's needs far exceed the expectations of the new rabbit owner. Around 3 to 4 months of age, rabbits hit puberty and become unruly teenagers and forget their litter box habits, start spraying, or become aggressive. Spay and neuter costs can easily exceed $300 to fix these unwanted behaviors. Children especially lose interest in rabbits quickly, and the rabbit is deemed a burden and has to go. Additionally, rabbits sold at stores are usually sold so young that determining the sex of the rabbits is difficult to determine, even for an experienced veterinarian. It is not unusual for people to purchase 2 rabbits, and the owner was told they're the same sex, and one morning they wake up to find the rabbits multiplied. Since rabbits can get pregnant again as soon as they give birth, there is a chance that this family of rabbits will further increase in another 4 weeks. Finding new homes is difficult, and surrendering the rabbits to a shelter is often associated with additional expenses that the owners don't want to occur, so the rabbit is turned loose.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you for calling. Curtis Marsh? Curtis Marsh? Is Curtis Marsh on the line?
Curtis Marsh, you may have to press *9 to unmute.
*6.
Mr. Marsh.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. My name is Curtis Marsh. I am president of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. And I realize I live in Holiday. We are the only rabbit rescue in the west side of Tampa Bay. There are no rabbit rescues in Pinellas County. Your animal service does not take in rabbits, yet you don't want to hear about the problem. And it's upsetting at this point that what I heard at your working meeting was just a lack of information. We would love to really help educate you on the problem so that we can honestly convince you to reconsider the ban. It's not just something, your animal service won't take care of it. SPCA is full. In the last week, we've been contacted by people looking to rehome their rabbits, and those numbers don't make it into any type of record. I've got a lady in Pinellas Park that has 17 rabbits. She had 5 new babies last week because they bought 2 rabbits at a pet store, didn't know they were male and female, and they have 2 litters before they could even realize how to stop having litters. So, to write us off as being out of Pinellas County and not a concern for Pinellas County it's making me angry. Mm-hmm. And that's all I have to say right now. I'll follow this up with an email to each of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the end of our citizens to be heard for now. I also want to make sure I let everyone know that Commissioner Flowers is listening in this afternoon. She's unfortunately not able to be here in person. And before we get to the consent agenda, I believe Commissioner Eggers wants to pull items 7, 12, 13, 16, and 18. Is that correct, Commissioner?
correct.
Thank
You
you.
got
Anything else to remove from consent? Members, no?
No, move approval.
All right, so we are moving the rest of the consent agenda. And now Barry or Commissioner Eggers, do you want to address item 7?
Do you want to?
Vote on that?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. What am I
Got a
thinking?
motion, did we get a second?
Do we have a motion
We have a motion, we have a second.
and a second? All those in favor, please say yes.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Barry Eggers?
No, these are mine, not Barry's, but let me just, a few things here. First of all, I just wanted to draw attention to the 2023 Inspector General's annual plan, so residents can get online and read the plan of activity for 2023 by this group that does incredible work protecting the interests and well-being, if you will, of our taxpayer dollars, and making sure that there's no fraud and waste and abuse of any of the above. So just so you know that there is a risk assessment methodology that they use, 6 different criteria that they consider for that, and so they just go through a very detailed and analytical process. They have an annual planning process that they get all the inputs from commissioners, staff, different groups. There's a lot of way for residents to plug in with if you have concerns through one of your commissioners or other sources, but they take a look at all of that and they prioritize those inspections. And there are some that are without notice inspections as well. But I just really wanted people to understand that there is a group in the clerk's office, the Inspector General, that does this work on their behalf. And if you go on to the website in this particular agenda, you can see the process. And they also have a list of planned audits, cyclical audits, investigations, audits that are already in progress, and other investigations that are coming listed here. So please take note of that, and you're welcome at any time to call us or anybody if you have concerns or questions about activities going on in your government here in Pinellas County. That was my only point of emphasis. I just wanted to draw that attention to our residents, and I move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Item 13.
Yeah, 12 and 13
12 and 13.
really can be together, and it's just, I think this is really an important, I guess, trend that we're seeing, and I just really would hope that is looking for a little summary of what these 2 sidewalk projects were planned to cost, what we're finding that they're costing, and where that difference, that delta, which is significant, where's that money coming from, and what impact does it have on the rest of that budget? So if I could just have somebody.
Kelly's on her way out.
Hi, Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kelly Levy, Public Works Director. So as you know, during budget development, we're trying to future forecast what a project will cost using the best available data at that time. So that's what we had available in the budget, which is in the OMB review sheet. When we completed the engineering design, the engineer's estimate was higher than what we had budgeted, which was not unexpected given the significant increases that we're seeing in costs for concrete and other materials and labor. We put the projects out to bid. They are coming in very close to what our engineer's estimate, so that is giving us, and those that are, the bids that we are receiving are consistent. They're not widely variable, so that's telling us that the bids are market, and that's pretty much what we're seeing in labor and costs and materials right now. As far as what we're doing, we have worked with the Office of Management and Budget. We've submitted our proposed FY24 capital plan, which includes these projects being funded at these contractual rates, and then we're looking at pushing out some projects that haven't started yet into outer years.
So the idea, I guess, that we were quote, balanced not too long ago, some of these projects. I mean, originally, this one, the one on 42nd Avenue, the capital budget was increased or has been increased from 723 to 4 million. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. And so, I mean, that's a sizable increase. So
No, that's,
I may have
that's
seen.
the increase in the penny money, and so so that has multiple funding sources.
So that's not just this project?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we've got, the other thing is, we do have DOT money funded here. However, when we received that grant is for the sidewalk component, that's what they will fund. Sidewalk was coming in a lot less expensive, so we are reaching out to DOT to see if there's any additional grant money to help balance that
Okay,
difference.
thank you for that clarification. And then, so any projects that we're planning ahead that haven't gone through the design process for bidding, that's where we're seeing the biggest increase from that original conceptual to the actual cost today.
And that's another reason why these, for 42nd and Mellenbacher are they're older projects. They've been on the books for quite some time, and just now reprogrammed in. Newer projects, that's why we're going through the preliminary engineering report phase, is because we are collecting a lot more information so that our estimates are much better.
Kelly,
These
you've
are
also
older
had to
projects.
reject several bids.
We-
Those you
yeah.
don't see, commissioners, and when they come in 50% above engineer's estimate, the bid's rejected, and the engineers go back and look at the project. And you've had several cases of those that you may not see.
We are looking at those, rejecting, one of the ones that was recently rejected and now has been rebidding right now is Keystone Guardrail. And one of the why is the cost that came in well above, 50% above the engineer's estimate. But the other thing that we were seeing in the market is we were expecting, they're expecting to see the steel prices come down a little bit and stabilize. And so we thought if we gave it a little bit of time, we might see a little realignment there.
Okay,
But
well,
we are
that's,
seeing
that's,
that.
that's good, that we're at least going through that additional scrutiny of potentially pushing things off just a little bit to take advantage of hopefully some prices coming down
And
somewhat.
we are everywhere where there's a project that aligns with grant opportunities, we're looking at that too. But in order to federalize a grant, then we have to go through a full-on PD&E process that includes NEPA. And so that can add another couple of years and substantial cost to that as well, just to apply.
Yeah, well, and these are, I mean, they're on here for purposes, obviously for a lot of public safety purposes. I mean, there's a need for all of it, so it's just a matter of trying to balance that available
Yeah,
dollars.
these two particularly have been longstanding commitments to the community, so I'm just very happy that we're finally able to get them started.
All right, thank you, Kelly. I
Kelly,
move approve-
don't leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Kelly, don't leave.
Oh,
Your
you
next
got
one is.
16 as
Well, it's okay. It was really the same approach to both projects, so I'm good on that. I move approval of 12 and 13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What about 18? Did you have 18?
No, 16 was the next question you had.
12, 13 were those two together, and then on 16, there are up to $60 million contract for helping us in the implementation of our capital improvement program. So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand how, this is a 5-year plan, so we're talking about 1.2 million potentially of administrative services to oversee projects, up to that much, because you have 10 of them. So just
Yeah.
could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, these are the upset limit does not mean that we will actually use them. This is for construction, engineering, and inspection services. We have in-house construction, engineering, and inspection services. We use those staff first. But when we start to get too many, with a lot of projects under construction, because we oversee construction not only for public works projects, but parks projects, solid waste projects, and utilities projects, we sometimes need to utilize contracted CEI for those projects. The other thing is we added the federal requirements for any federalized grants that we get, or ARPA, so that we are compliant with all the grants.
Okay. So do we don't anticipate?
No, we do not anticipate. This is, we start with our in-house, and then when we can't, or let's just say there's a project that has some very highly specialized aspects to it, and we want to bring in a contractual CEI that has that specific experience, we'll use it in that case as well.
And commissioners, remember, we have to deliver these projects on time or we lose the funding. So that's the other piece to this, is we want to make sure that they're ready and that they can deliver on
Right,
these
and the
capital
monies that we
projects.
got, that we received on that, are they available for these
Correct.
these
Yes,
fees?
they are.
That's the reason they did
Yes.
with those underlying requirements.
Right, thank you. Appreciate it. Move approval, please.
Kelly.
Second.
Go ahead. Please don't leave.
Go ahead, did you have?
Your day.
I have a question after this.
Yeah, we had a motion and
Oh,
a
okay.
second on
Yep.
this one, okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if it's just, if I'm the only one, it's just I can get a sidebar, but are we going to discuss the sidewalk long-term plan when we do capital, when we do the budget? Is that when we would look at that, or?
We do have a level of service update coming on April 6th, and it will provide an update on the sidewalk backlog and the program that we've put together for maintenance of sidewalks. If you're speaking specifically to the 70-plus miles of what's the gaps and the requests, I don't have anything on my calendar yet, but if
Well,
we
to
need
understand,
have a
and I know
conversation.
that it's not apples and apples when you look at each project, I understand that, but like, are we an existing sidewalk where we're going in and we're improving and we're putting in the ADA and those, which is important, versus, and that's X dollars, versus a brand-new project where you need right-of-way and that's Y dollars. And so I want to understand better how we make those decisions of, and where the money's coming from, to where we're going to go in and do the improvements for ADA and et cetera, versus this, whether it's a cost or how it fits in, how we prioritize that. I just want to understand that better.
Okay. Just in general, I think you all are aware, but in case there are folks that are not aware in the audience, whenever we resurface a road, we're required by law to upgrade any adjacent sidewalks to current ADA standards. So we have to make sure that that happens. So those are done in concert with the resurfacing program. Usually we complete those upgrades a year in advance. So they're kind of, so we're doing FY24, what we call prep work, sidewalk now in advance of the paving coming next year. So that piece is married to the funding in the penny that we use for road resurfacing. It's part of that because of that linkage and that requirement. With the level of service millage, same thing. We allocated a certain amount to local road resurfacing programs, and if there is sidewalk in those neighborhoods, we have to address that at the same time and ensure that ADA compliance is met. With regard to how we prioritize sidewalks generally, projects, we have a set of criteria, and I'm happy to provide that to you, that looks at a variety of factors, including right-of-way, looking at equity, looking at safe routes to school, looking at safe routes to job centers and those types of things. There's a variety of factors in there, and then they get ranked. And we have every single sidewalk project that has been requested ranked and on a list, and those projects are programmed in through the portfolio project process. So it may come out as, let's say there's an intersection improvement project or a drainage project, and then we look at that entire corridor and say, what are the other needs? And maybe utilities has some needs, and we have some needs, and we would program it in there to make sure we capture through that portfolio process, ensuring, get it all done at once. If it is a stand-up sidewalk project, then we are using that ranking to program those sidewalk projects in, and it's usually penny funding. With a lot of times we're able to get LAP funding from the Department of Transportation, especially if it's connecting communities to the trail and other transportation networks.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
And the last one I had was just, I don't know how I missed this on Thursday at our workshop, but just maybe, we're talking about an $18 million 5-year contract. It's basically $3.6 million a year for staff augmentation services, and I'm wondering what that's for. Is that up because we're down on because we have positions to fill, and just trying to get a feel for what that is and why and is that just a typical amount, or is it specific to the environment that we're in today?
And up comes Kimberly Crum. who is our Director of Human Resources.
Hey, Kimberly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Our number is not up. It is similar to past contract. What we are noticing is the staff was able to negotiate the markup to a lower markup, but because wages have increased over the last year or so, our dollar figure of 18 million remains the same. So that is for a 5-year contract.
So these aren't filling in positions that we have open right
These
now?
are for temporary fill-ins. So to the extent a person retires, sometimes we have notice of that, but when people quit, we don't always have notice of that. And so using a temporary agency, and we have now, instead of using only one, we now have 4 that we can utilize on this contract. It allows our departments to fill their slots more quickly, and it is a path to employment here.
So it's really, in essence, going against money that's already been budgeted.
Correct.
So,
funds.
so we're just crediting those salary accounts? Is that what we're doing?
Correct. You would pay for it through lapse savings. So you would be paying a person, but you might. It depends because they may have vacation on the books or whatever. So there's a
Some of these
cost.
positions are funded prior to the year, and
Correct.
there's a gap of maybe 2 or 3 months that are being funded by outside, but we also have already funded it.
And for a lot of administrative type positions, it's a kind of a test run, with people. They, come in and then they can apply for it and they, have some
So we're
experience
not,
and stuff like
essentially
that.
not double dipping on a position.
That's correct.
That is
And we also monitor that and we work with it because we don't want positions held over year after year. There are some that are longer term that are on, for instance, it's we know it's going to be open for this amount and then that grant goes away or something like that. But they also monitor that to make sure that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Move
Thank you.
approval. Move approval on 19. On 18.
Second.
Been moved and approved, item 18. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
you're welcome. Jewel, do you have anything on your report? No? All right. Now for the regular agenda, county administrative departments.
Good morning, Commissioners, or afternoon, Commissioners. The first item is item number 19, purchase authorization for the requirements of heavy and light-duty vehicles and equipment. These have been budgeted, and the contract is not to exceed a little over $7 million.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Will you,
Yeah.
I'd like to use the voting machine if we
Okay.
can on
Is
the
there-
regular items.
Is there something that we should be doing?
Just a quick question on this, please. Are we tracking, because I noticed that there's a couple of cases where we are doing electric vehicles, and are we tracking cost comparisons? Because one of the things we've been concerned about
right.
is that we're overpaying for these electric cars versus the gas cars. So are we tracking them to see if we're getting closer on the delta of the two
Correct.
prices?
There are reports out that said because of the maintenance, et cetera, and stuff, that in fact it's, break even or maybe a little cost savings. But you don't get the deep discounts on the electric vehicles because, the supply hasn't caught up. What they want to do is a pilot project. We're going to purchase 6 vehicles, but the rest of these are utility cars and stuff. But
Okay.
we're going to purchase the 6 vehicles, and then we're going to track that. And we're going to look at the maintenance cost, we're going to look at the electric cost, and then do a true comparison for ourselves. It also gives our staff experience in maintaining that type of fleet.
And we'll see that kind of get that report annually to see how they're actually doing.
Correct. Mhm. That's the idea. Is this is a pilot, and then we're gonna monitor the impact of that as we go forward.
Okay,
And it
thank
also
you.
gives us the experience if the market does change as it's projected.
Are you,
Yeah, that's all I had.
okay?
Madam Chair, for the record, the first was Commissioner Peters. Who was the second?
And Scott?
Commissioner Scott, thank you. And we'll put the board up whenever you're ready.
So now, are we in a posture to vote?
Yes.
What do we do?
I hope so.
We're ready to vote.
Board up
Direct the
to,
clerk to open the board.
there we go.
I'm a yes, but my thing has, my board hasn't come up.
Here we go.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 20?
So an award of bid to Ajax Paving. This is for The cargo apron reconstruction replacement out at the airport, $14 million.
Question?
Any questions from the board?
This one.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
Eggers.
did. Barry, what is it seems like the price on this one also has gone up significantly, and I was looking through here to see where the additional funding was going to come from.
This one's easy to answer, Tom.
Okay, great, Tom. I
It's
just want to give Tom
our
an excuse to
enterprise
get
fund
some.
who has to who has to maintain his own funding. You're up.
Good to see you, Tom.
Jude.
Welcome.
Hello, Tom Dewsbury, Airport Director. Yes, originally the engineer's estimate was looking at more like about $9 million.
$9 million?
Yeah, this came in at $14 million. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using some airport reserves, and then also we're going to be using some of our PFCs to go ahead and
What's
offset.
that last one?
Passenger facility charge.
That's next.
Which is up next.
item.
Yeah, that's a $450. It's a user fee that we collect for everybody that boards an aircraft, and that can only be used
Right,
for
yeah.
FAA-approved projects.
So that's the two funding sources, your reserves. And
Yes.
what type of reserves do we have?
We have enough reserves to cover it by far.
I didn't hear it.
Yes, we have enough reserves to
I know,
cover
but
it.
there, I asked the question was how many, what is our reserves over there?
Right now, we're about $25 million
Okay.
in reserves, which we're going to be using a lot of that for the terminal development that'll be on the way.
That ties back into their master plan.
Again,
That's
some of
exactly
the,
it.
some of the cost comparisons to the budgets and are just all over the place.
It's
Yeah,
what you
like
cover.
everybody
It's-
else is
yeah,
experiencing.
unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please open the board? And that passes unanimously. Does that mean it's working, Charlie? Yeah? All right, 21.
This resolution is a continuation of the $4.50 passenger facility charge at the airport. And I think Kevin provided you additional information based on the questions last Thursday.
Move
Any
approval.
any further questions?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please unlock the board. And it looks like that is approved unanimously. Number 22.
22 is East Lake Community Library. This is an MSTU for some upgrades to their network infrastructure and Wi-Fi within the library.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Could you please unlock the board? And that passes unanimously. Number 23.
This is a master lease and operating agreement between us and the StarTech Enterprises, which is the New Innovation Center and the Industrial Development Authority, which is you, for the master lease.
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please unlock the board? And it is approved unanimously. 24.
This resolution, Second Amendment, is to an interlocal agreement to issue not to exceed $5.1 million in industrial development revenue bonds. This is for the WastePo project, which is a very large project. They're asking to be able to use proceeds of the financing for additional bonding authority. Again, this is, no county funds are used for this, and it's done through the Florida Department of Finance, or Florida Development Finance Corporation, sorry.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move approval. Just have a-
Second.
Yep. Okay, motion and a second, and questions from Commissioner Scott.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to, is there any liability at all on the county for repayment of this?
No, not at all.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes? All right, would the clerk please open the board? And that motion passes unanimously. Item 25.
This is a Fourth Amendment to the Community Development Block Grant, and this is for the Pinellas Ex-Offender Reentry Coalition. This provides an additional $324,000 from CDBG funds to cover a 30% cost increase for improvements that they're doing out at the center.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please unlock the board. And that is approved unanimously. Item 26.
This provides amendments with 5 nonprofit organizations for a 5% cost of living increase. This was approved as part of the decision package in last year's budget, or
Okay.
this year's budget.
Move approval.
Moved, do we have a second?
Second.
And seconded. Would the clerk please unlock the board? And it passes unanimously. Item 27.
While I'm reading it, I'll ask Kelly to come on back up so she can explain this project. This is the 5th amendment to a contract with HDR Engineering for the San Martin over Rivera Bay Bridge Development Project. So this is for the engineering portion of it. It is going to have additional costs associated with the final project, but this moves it along to where it makes it eligible for federal funds. Is that correct?
Hi again.
Hello. Yes, this project is to go into design. So we completed the preliminary engineering. We completed the PD&E process, and so now we're in design. And I heard you at the Commissioner Justice at the briefing and the extended period, and we did kind of map it out. If you wanted me to kind of explain where some of the delays were, I'm happy to do that. Or
We can do that another time,
Okay.
but yeah, I think, I've been on for a little while, and I think I heard about this project at my first meeting, so.
Way back when?
yes, the notice to proceed was December of 2014, excuse me, 2014. So, yes.
Sure.
Yes.
So you're saying right now that the total cost to design is going to be now estimated to be at $2.5 million for the design. We're asking for an additional.
The contract, the agreement that we entered into with HDR for the initial study and the PD&E included an option for design if we wanted to keep going, and so that's what we're exercising that
Okay, so
option.
it's a different piece of the scope.
Correct.
Okay, and that $2.5 million now for the design, down about 4 bullet points on your staffing, it talks about preliminarily a total of $6 million of penny funds is needed to complete the project. That's design costs, construction costs, et cetera. So, is that still in the ballpark, or are we not? We have it,
Yes, that is still in the ballpark, and we have submitted for federal funding.
So there is that $6 million. That's what's needed to complete the project, including construction or design.
The additional.
The additional.
Yes,
So what's the estimated cost for the construction?
12 plus million.
Okay, 12. Thank you. Yeah, that seemed like a lot of design for $6 million.
Yeah.
That was almost
You
a
are
third of the
correct.
cost. So
Yes.
okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Please unlock the board. Okay. And now that passes unanimously, and now we are on number 28.
This is an agreement to receive E911 trust fund monies from the state of Florida, $338,000.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please unlock the board. Thank you. It looks like that motion passes unanimously. Item 29.
This resolution authorizes county administrator annually execute the certification statement and use of certified public funds and a letter of agreement with the state of Florida to participate in the Medicaid Public Emergency Medical Transportation and Medicaid Public Emergency Medical Transportation Intergovernmental Transfer Program. A lot to say, but what this does is, this is our reimbursement that we get back, but these have a quick turnaround time, and it's revenue that we receive. We typically get that in, and I have to do it on an emergency basis and ask for your approval. We're just giving me that authority to be able to execute those agreements. It'll be on my delegated list that you see.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please unlock the voting machine? Okay, and that is approved unanimously. Now we're on number 29?
30?
30, sorry.
Now, this is a resilient Florida grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for funding of construction of manufactured home communities, wastewater collection system improvements. So we're happy to take $25 million with no required county match.
Excellent. May I have a motion? Do we have a motion, and may I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those, please open the voting board, Madam Clerk. Okay. Number 31, Housing Finance Authority.
Question. 30. This resolution approves issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds. This is for Bear Creek Commons. The breakdown of the types of units is listed within your packet. It's a rental housing project.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, and we have one citizen to be heard on this item. Hello there, Mr. Sean, no, wait a second, Sean Wilson.
Good morning, good afternoon. Sean
Wow.
Wilson, president of Blue Sky Communities, with offices at 180 Fountain Parkway North in St. Petersburg. We have recently moved to this side of the bridge, so very happy to be your neighbors in Pinellas County now after many years in Tampa. Bear Creek Commons is an 85-unit affordable housing community. It's a redevelopment of an old church site in the city of St. Petersburg. Really happy to be bringing this to the residents of Pinellas County. The total development cost is about $25 million plus land acquisition, so really a total of almost $27 million. And I'm very happy to say that there are no Pinellas County funds that were required to develop this community. Now, that's not always the case. Sometimes we are before y'all requesting funds, but only when it's absolutely necessary. And in this case, we enjoy an allocation from the city of St. Petersburg, so I want to express my gratitude to them. Also, Florida Housing Finance Corporation came to the table. So between those two sources, we're able to bring about $10 million of subsidy to the table. We also have the 4% tax credits, and Blue Sky always tries to borrow as much money on the open market as we can to make those government dollars stretch as far as they can go. Now, if you think of $10 million of subsidy between the city and the county for 85 units, seems like a lot of money, but it's only once. Blue Sky has a great reputation. We have a long-term relationship with our own in-house property management company that has a more than 5-decade presence in Pinellas County managing affordable housing. So the affordability requirement is 50 years. That's 600 months. If you divide up the total amount of subsidy into those 600 months by the number of units, it's only a couple of $100 per unit per month. And it's like I said, it's once only. You set it and forget it. And then we maintain it and we manage it, and it's going to stay nice. I think some of you have been to some of our more recently constructed properties, but I would invite you to drive by some of the properties that our property management company has managed for many decades, and I think that you'll find that they're very well maintained and that they're a good deal for all of the funding agencies involved. You know, the great thing about the 4% tax credit program, which is the main financing vehicle for Bear Creek Commons, is that it's almost unlimited. You guys have a bond capacity where you authorize us to issue bonds. We borrow those bond dollars on the open market. We repay them. You're not on the hook for that. It's not your own dollars. And that provides a pathway to an unlimited amount of 4% tax credits. Now, what does that mean dollar-wise to Bear Creek Commons? That's about $9 million that Raymond James is putting in as a private investment in order to get that stream of tax credits. And that's basically unlimited. So the more 4% housing credit developments that you guys can make happen, the more you'll be able to address this problem without being limited by the Sadowski funds that might be available or other limited sources of funding. So I would urge you to look carefully at 4% tax credit developments that come before you, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Catherine Driver, the Executive Director of the HFA, Bruce Bussey, Carol Strickland, Mark Van Loo, the other folks in your Housing and Community Development Department that do a great job, that allow us to bring affordable housing to the residents of Pinellas County. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. If you would please open the board. Wait a second, just a minute. Yikes. Oh, my gosh.
Just tell her yes or no.
Yes, I'm a yes. And that is approved unanimously. We are on 32.
This resolution is authorizes the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds through the Housing Finance Authority. This is for multifamily residential rental at Oakhurst Terrace, in the amount not to exceed $28 million. This is in the city of Pinellas Park.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Would you please open the board? Mine hasn't come up. I'm a yes. And that is approved unanimously. Item 33.
Under item number 33, I'm asking the board to approve the recommended action as set forth in the agenda memo. This would be for authority for the county attorney's office to file action against the Florida PACE Funding Agency. As I explained last week, this is to take issue with an opinion that was issued in Leon County that the court ostensibly found applies to us here in Pinellas County.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you please open the board? And I'm a yes, but my machine is malfunctioning. I don't know if Lou is on his way up. There he is. Who is missing? Okay, and that is approved unanimously. Item 34.
Under item number 34, this is a request to file suit as set forth in the agenda memo. This is to recover property damage that was suffered on a county facility as a result of a private car accident.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you please open the board? And I am a yes. And that has been approved unanimously. Number 35.
Under item 35, this is a request to file a suit, again, as noted in your agenda memo. This is a matter that arose from your code enforcement department.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you please open the board for everyone to vote? And I'm a yes, and we're still trying to get my machine going here. Approved unanimously. We're on item 36.
Item number 36, requesting your authority as recommended in the confidential memorandum that you all had the opportunity to review at last week's agenda review.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please open the board. I'm a yes. And it looks like that has been approved unanimously. Number 37, Jewel.
I have no reports.
Number 38, Mr. Burton.
Commissioners, a couple things. First, I had a meeting last week with the Sheriff's Office and representatives of several communities that have water access regarding a new law that was passed last year. It's called a vessel exclusion zone. And it can be used in some areas, but it's highly restrictive in terms of what you can do. In essence, you can keep people from anchoring in those areas. But we talked about the different areas, so you may hear about that. What we've asked is that they look, and so we went through what a liveaboard is, what a vessel exclusion area is, what mooring fields are, and how they can use the various laws effectively in their communities. So we've asked them to come up with a plan if they want the county to act, and we'll look at it as an entire plan, okay? So they're each individually looking at it, but it was very good. The Sheriff's Office did an amazing job in terms of outlining the various laws and what it is and how you can define it. And just because you think it's a problem doesn't necessarily mean what the law says and the notification requirements and everything goes to it. So it's pretty comprehensive. That'll be coming back to us, but I wanted to make you aware. And again, they'll be submitting those to Brian Loack, who's been our lead on that. And I know, for instance, Chief Slaughter in Clearwater has a very restrictive area where he thinks it would be effective. He's not asking, it can only be 100 acres. So it's very, very restrictive. You can't just put it wherever you want. And so anyway, so I wanted to make you aware of that. The other one is that we are working, as I briefed you on a joint Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas Joint County Commission meeting. I still have faith that that's going to occur. And so we're working on dates and that's what, and we've asked Demetra Simmons with that Tampa Bay partnership to facilitate that. I think it's a great thing for regional cooperation. There's a lot of good topics that we can come together and discuss of things of mutual interest. So we're looking forward to getting that established here soon. And then the last item that I have for you is in 2 weeks, I was looking at my calendar, we're going to hold our first budget meeting. And so it is upon us. And so it's going to get very, very busy. We are preparing budgets. We're looking at all the different issues. We're going to try to break down new issues versus base issues. We're going to look at the things like you just heard today, just, cost increases and stuff. And we're looking for how we can absorb those where we can. And so we're going to bring those to you. We're going to work really hard at that over the next several months. But we're getting ready for the budget season. So those meetings will be held here in June with you. And so between now and then is when we, as a staff, come together and put together options, alternatives. I'll be briefing you throughout, this, so nothing should be a surprise when we get to June. So that's all I have for my report.
Excellent. And now we are on 39, Commission New Business. And with your indulgence, Commissioners, I have asked for Brian Lowak to come forward and give us a little primer on the bill that was filed late Friday, our committee substitute bill, I guess it is.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Brian Lowak, Assistant County Administrator. And as Chair Long mentioned on Friday evening, there was a PCB filed by the House Regulatory Reform and Economic Development Subcommittee related to tourism development. And I did include that in your update that you received last night, but just to hit on a couple high notes of that, the bill would sunset all currently authorized TDT levies in July 1 of 2028 unless renewed at referendum. The bill would limit the term of any future enacted TDTs to 6 years. So it would require a referendum each 6 years to renew that. And it would require approval by 60% of the voters to renew that TDT. As far as relating to Visit Florida and how that impacts your TDT, the bill would also require that rural counties would fund Visit Florida. The state funding for Visit Florida would go away, and rural counties would contribute 2% of their TDT to fund Visit Florida for 3 years, and urban counties would contribute 5% of their TDT beginning this year for 3 years to fund Visit Florida. After those 3 years, the bill allows you to continue to fund Visit Florida, and it also directs that 75% of the expenditures of Visit Florida would go towards services, functions, and programs that directly assist state parks, state forests, and rural communities. The PCB is being heard right now in the subcommittee. If it does pass, it'll be assigned a bill number and committees. And while we don't have any members on the subcommittee it's in now, my guess is that it'll probably be assigned to the Commerce Committee, where we don't have anyone. However, it will need to go to an Appropriations Committee. And my thought is that it's probably going to be Tourism and Infrastructure Appropriations, which we do have 2 members, one of them being the Vice Chair, Representative Cheney. So that's not set in stone. That's just kind of where I see this possibly going in the coming weeks. So that's the update I have now. There is nothing in the Senate. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner Latvala.
If the bill passes and becomes law, current projects would not be affected, correct? Before, that were enacted before 2028.
I'm gonna have to look in that. There is provisions in there related to bonding, and actually, if you had projects bonded prior to enactment of the bill, those would be in place, and the sunset for the TDT would be after those expire. So I'm gonna have to get into I can follow up with the details on that, but.
I think this, if this were to develop in Tallahassee, And a lot of times, you know, PCBs do not just come out of thin air. They're usually come out on high. My suggestion is that we look at the formula again between projects and advertising, the 60-40 split, especially if this is going to be you know, looked at either this year or in future years in Tallahassee. Because, you know, I maintain that we do not need hundreds of millions of dollars to advertise, to tell people to come to Pinellas County when spring break affects our meeting schedule, because people can't get to the courthouse because of the amount of tourists that are going to Clearwater Beach. Every year, we break tourism records in Pinellas County. And so people are going to come here regardless because of what's right outside the window, and that's our beach. So I think we should take another look at that and adjust the formula accordingly.
And if I may, a little bit in response to what Commissioner Latvala said, he did say a critical word there, beach. And you know how desperately we have been on a mission to get the Army Corps off of their position, and our ability to do the match and draw down federal money would be severely affected in terms of the beach renourishment dollars, wouldn't they? If this were to pass?
Well, it would take away approximately in today's dollar, beginning this fiscal year, approximately just under $4 million from the TDT this year would be used to fund Visit Florida. And the way that the TDT collections have been going, that would presumably increase in future years. So that would be what the impact is.
On our renourishment money?
On total TDT collections.
Oh.
If it was renewed, if the voters renewed it.
And
If
that,
the voters didn't renew
the
it,
biggest
it
issue is
zeroes it out.
Correct. The biggest issue is you're going to have to go for renewal.
And it requires 60%, so that's.
And there's no renewal right now, it's just in
No.
perpetuity, right?
Correct.
Correct.
And that's actually a good point I wanted to touch on, is that because this, in the staff report for the PCB, it does say that it may be considered an unfunded mandate because it's requiring payment to the state with TDT collections from the counties. So it says it may or may not. If it's determined that it is, it would require passage by 2/3 of each chamber in the legislature to be enacted. So.
But the hugest portion of it is coming from folks that don't even live here.
Right.
Correct. I'm just talking
Oh, yeah.
about the bill.
Yeah. No, this is our bed tax, you know, so
Right.
it's the only people
And it was
staying.
the hoteliers who put it on themselves, as I recall, way back in the day.
Well, yeah, your residents would be voting on that referendum, and it's paid by residents and visitors who stay overnight in a hotel, Airbnb, vacation rental, anything under 6 months.
So.
Yeah, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Latvala's comments that, you know, taking a look at the breakdown of how those TDC funds are what buckets they're going in is a good idea. Any idea what's driving this? Does the state just not want to fund Visit Florida anymore, or what?
They haven't wanted to for years. So.
I would say historically,
Yeah.
the House takes a position, a little bit stronger position on not funding or adjusting the funding levels for Visit Florida or renewing Visit Florida. And this year that was shown in the budget, so I think this is an alternative option, that if Visit Florida
Goes away?
this is one other way, rather than state funds, that it can be funded.
Question.
Commissioner Justice.
So theoretically, if it passed, and which of it doesn't have a Senate companion, I don't think it'll pass this year, but maybe next year. If you get into this renewal and we go on ballot every 6 years, in year one of that 6th year, could you commit to a 20, 30-year bond that then would commit you for 30 years, even if?
Yeah, and I can't speak to that, but we have heard initially from our fact staff that, you know, it's poses a serious risk that you only have, is anyone going to be willing to bond when you only have certainty for 6 years?
Well, but
And
if it's
so, it's going
grandfathered,
to cost a lot.
if it's grandfathered only for current ones or it'd be grandfathered for future ones, just current ones. So it depends on what language finally passes.
that's
But
correct.
I think you also, one, they've always had, or recent legislators have had a struggle with Visit Florida funding and the desire to really commit to that. But it's also obviously puts a damper on any kind of funding for public facilities of large dollar amounts.
That's the latest and greatest, Commissioners.
Okay,
Um,
so moving on, thank you very much, Brian, for your presentation. Do we have any board updates from our colleagues? Commissioner Scott, how about you?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since we've only met once this month, it's been a pretty busy month. When you sit back and look at your calendar of all the things you've done, there's actually quite a bit. So this month, I had the opportunity and pleasure to attend the Mayor's Council, visit with the St. Pete Chamber, groundbreaking at the Palm Harbor YMCA, the Grand Prix, visited with Suncoast Fire, had a great meeting with Cynthia Johnson from Pinellas County Economic Development. For Pinellas meeting, Valspar mural unveiling, of course, the Valspar tournament. Visit with Public Works, and I want to thank Kelly Levy, Public Works Director, and also Sean Tipton and Paul Dean for coordinating the opportunity for me to join them in a Coast Guard flight a few weeks back up and down the coast looking at red tide. And you definitely get a real different perspective of that from the air. So that was a real education, and fortunately, red tide is getting much better. So that's encouraging. Also visited with our former colleague Neil Brickfield, Pinellas Housing Authority. I had remote office hours in Palm Harbor. A visit with the Tampa Bay Partnership. The Pinellas Park Mayor and City Manager, and of course, attended the 800th Habitat Home. And at our Historic Preservation meeting this month, we had a great presentation from some local business owners and longtime Palm Harbor residents about reestablishing their Main Street designation. And the board voted unanimously to provide a letter of support in that effort. So more to come on that. So, thank you.
Excellent. You've been busy.
I have.
Commissioner Justice.
Just a couple of things. I want to thank the legislators that took time to meet with our delegation that went to Tallahassee for Fact Day on the Hill. I think we had some good meetings and great meetings with Senators Rasan, DeSigley, and Hooper, and look forward to their support on our projects. I wanted to thank Jill Silverboard and a lot of our department staff that participated. We had a group of USF students come and spend half a day here at the courthouse and get briefings from different department heads and learn a little bit about county government, so that was great. And then also, along with Commissioner Stout, had the chance to represent the county at the Habitat 800th home dedication. That one was in Lellman last Friday, so good times.
Very nice. Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to point out that on the 800th house, the 800th house, I painted about 6 feet of primer on one of the sides of it.
Very nice.
Before I took a supervisory role.
I was inside sweating, hanging insulation. I just want you to know.
I was hanging out with Commissioner Long. I didn't want her to be by herself. But I wanted to congratulate Clearwater's new mayor, Brian Unk Sr. We've had a lot of interesting happenings going on in our city. I won't get into that from the dais, but I want to congratulate him on his new role and thank Frank Hibbard for his service. Last Saturday, we had Clearwater Neighborhood Days. Earlier this month, I went to the YMCA groundbreaking in Palm Harbor with Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Eggers. I did the ARC Wings, Wheels, and Wine event. I toured the Florida Dream Center in Leelman. Thankfully, Commissioner Justice allowed me to go to Leelman. I attended the Homeless Empowerment Project fashion show. Thankfully, they did not ask me to be one of the performers. I did the Pinellas License Board meeting where we approved 9 new child care centers, which are badly needed in Pinellas County. And also this morning, my aide dropped off at each of your desks of your aides, because I like to give y'all homework when I can, from JWB, the Child Opportunity Index notebook, which JWB, I had a meeting with them recently where they went over that with me, and I thought it was a fascinating look at Pinellas County from the perspective of child opportunity. So I requested that they prepared notebooks for each of y'all. So if you'd like a more in-depth overview of that, reach out to Becca Teeter with JWB or any of their staff. Most importantly, though, this week, baseball season starts on Thursday. So I wanted to wish the Rays, Blue Jays, and Phillies good luck this year. And hopefully the Rays will beat the Phillies in the World Series.
Yay.
Little revenge from 2008. But on a more somber note, when it comes to the Rays, listening to the Rays games this year will not be the same without longtime broadcaster David Wells, who recently passed away. He was an absolute legend and a joy to listen to on the radio.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report.
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am. Thank you.
Latvala. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. First, on the MPO TMA side, TMA is a group of 9 commissioners from Pinellas County, Pasco County, and Hillsborough County. There's 3 on each. And we had a really robust, energetic meeting this past Friday, which is why we couldn't be at the 800th Habitat Home, which I really regretted missing that. But we had some in-depth discussion about a number of things, but one of those items is the very early stage discussions being, I guess, framed inside of an MOU agreement between the 3 counties on merging the 3 MPOs. This is a ways off. The state certainly prefers that we move in that direction. This is something that we have started to look at. It's a long way to go. But I would say that when it's all said and done, if it's going to work, it's going to have to work by 2 things. One, getting more money for all the counties to split up so we get more monies from the federal government. But secondly, that not only do we get that more money, but we also get a chance to, I guess, start to use it a little bit more, judiciously, so that when we have the efforts here locally, those efforts aren't affected by that larger picture look. So we have to not only continue to look at more money coming in for the bigger picture, like we did a few years ago. Pinellas County MPO took the lead on the State Road 60 I-275 interchange. And we made that, the state challenged us to say, pick one project. And we picked that project and then got all the other groups on board, and we got the money to come here instead of going to South Florida. So that effort is necessary, but at the same time, we don't want to lose the emphasis that we have made so far with the 24 cities that we have in the unincorporated area of Pinellas County. So that process is just beginning. I know we have a workshop coming up. I've asked Whit to perhaps just brief us on that just maybe a little more eloquently than I did, but I think it's really an important aspect. It'll probably take a year or 2 to really get to a point of seriousness, but I think it's being taken very seriously as far as that early stage. So really excited about that. Tampa Bay Water, all I would say about that is that we have our first look at the budget next month. Water use is normal. It's a little bit higher right now, but the system has a $15 billion gallon reservoir that serves as that cushion. And it's being used fine, and the system is working as designed, and so everything seems to be going well there. I was also up in Tallahassee. I'm a board member for the Florida Healthy Kids. Had a really great board meeting up there, and more to come on that later. And then I also wanted to congratulate Brian Ock Sr. for becoming the new mayor of Clearwater. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peters, how about you?
I just will be up in Tallahassee next week on behalf of PSTA. And Dave covered all my other stuff, so. Besides, I don't want to show off in front of my colleagues that I'm busier than they are.
Okay, well, on that note, thank you, because it gives me a little more time, because obviously Commissioner Latvala must be having dreams of me if he thinks he was with me on Friday, because Commissioner Eggers is my witness that I was over in the TMA
I was
leadership.
talking about the habitat. when
I
we were
know
painting.
you were.
The painting day.
I know-
Painting day.
I heard you, but the same time you were doing that, you also said you were keeping me company or keeping
I
your.
was when we were on the curb. You were
Oh
sitting
my
in your
God,
chair.
You're missing my point. My point is Commissioner Eggers and I were at the TMA meeting, and he very eloquently talked about, I love the way you said robust, because it was a robust and spirited meeting about the new proposed interlocal agreement for one regional MPO. And so while this is the first big discussion about it amongst the three regions, it was wildly successful with all of the members except for one. And so I'm very hopeful that we will be able to push the pedal on that a little sooner than might be expected, just because of the opportunities that are there, given that we're able to pull that off. And the other thing that we talked about, I'm surprised Commissioner Scott didn't bring it up, but we talked a lot at the Forward Pinellas Board meeting about waterborne transportation and the role that it can have in moving citizens back and forth and around, especially as Clearwater wants more density in its downtown. They have to have a plan for that, and there was a lot of discussion about including waterborne transportation in that, and what does that look like, and what does that mean? So I think there's lots of exciting things to come on new and innovative ideas, and I'm looking forward to working on those for a little bit longer. As I think you all know, Brian Lowak and I and Mayor Kennedy from the Beaches had a very successful trip to DC 2 weeks ago, and we are waiting with bated breath to hear back on the results of our meeting with some folks at the White House who we were hopeful would be able to help us move the dial with the Army Corps of Engineers, who's been getting in the way of our ability to renourish our beaches. And so I'm looking forward to continuing to work with them very much. And Brian was an extraordinary help while we were there. So I have to say thank you, Brian, for that. It also, I think you all know that I am going to be representing Pinellas County with the Global Tampa Bay group that's going to London in a couple weeks. And I'm very happy to say that this morning we were able to get our new mayor from Clearwater in on that trip as well. He'll be going, as well as Mayor Welch from St. Pete and Mayor Castor from Tampa. Really, so great group of people going to represent Tampa Bay, and I'm excited about that opportunity. The other thing that I wanted to share with you is that we have, as you know, we have that lighting of the Skyway Bridge, which I have been very reluctant to keep on supporting, because I often wonder how much our citizens know about it. But there is a big push this year to make mental health awareness.
Blue.
Well, it's a green. The color of
Is it
mental
green?
health is green.
Usually it's blue.
Huh?
It's usually blue.
Well, Ricky Butler said it was green.
Okay.
And he had lots of background. He had lots of background to back that up. And so we're hopeful that you will approve that on the list of awareness to build mental health month for our folks. So that's all I have for my report. And on that, do we have anything else that we need to discuss right now?
Are we approving that now?
Well, we can approve it right now, or we can wait and bring it to our next board meeting.
Okay.
Whichever you prefer, Commissioner.
I'd move to approve it now.
Second.
Oh, well, moved and approved, and then how about we Do we have to open the voting card? Or
Just all in favor?
we're all in favor. Are we all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, we're all in favor. Yay, that's really good. Okay, but is there anything else from anyone? Anyone? No?
Not at this time.
Okay, then we are adjourned until 6 o'clock. Okay, it's 6 o'clock, and we are all back in session this afternoon for our public hearing of the Board of County Commissioners, and we are on, without further ado, number 40. And, oh. Okay. Barry, do you want to introduce us, please?
Oh, the item?
Yeah, the item, or the clerk.
So
Okay.
I'll turn it over to the clerk, but Madam Chair, you also have 2 items for the letters, so we want to bring up, we can bring
You
them
want
up.
to bring those up now or after?
Your pleasure.
Okay, well, how about we do this part first, and then we'll do the letters right after. So don't rush out, everybody, at the end, okay?
Agenda item.
Please.
Excuse me. Agenda item number 40 is case number FLU 22-07. This is a request by Ridgemore Master Association Incorporated for land use change from recreation open space to transportation utility on approximately .116 acre located on the west side of Ridgemore Drive, approximately 300 feet north of Ridgemore Boulevard in East Lake Tarpon. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And without further ado, we do have a constituent here who wants to be heard on this agenda item. Alan Ruiz, Vester Development. Are you here? Yes, hello. Please come forward and state your name.
Good evening. My name is Alan Ruiz, and I'm with Vertex Development. I'm actually the applicant, so I want to make sure I'm with 3630 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33609.
Okay, and for the record, I have his card.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right? Okay.
So Commissioners, this is a telecommunication tower, generally permissible except heights of 150 feet require a Board of Adjustment Type 2 approval, which requires a public hearing. If you're there, I don't believe we have anybody signed up. It was approved by a local planning agency, 6-0 vote. If you want to hear it, staff is available to make a presentation. It's at your pleasure.
What are the wishes of the board?
Just a question, I don't know.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I'm assuming because the HOA is bringing this forward that they've gotten support from their.
You want to answer those?
From their community?
Hey there. Welcome. Good evening.
Scott Swearing, long range planner for Pinellas County. Commissioner Eggers, I know that they have reached out to the community. I will not speak upon up for the applicant, but they have reached out to the community, and this is has been brought forward by the community association.
By the community. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Wishes of the board.
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and approved. Will clerk please unlock the voting board and let us prepare to vote?
I'm a yes.
Okay, well, excuse me, that passes 5-1, and so the motion passes. Thank you very much. Now we are on to item 41.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 41 is case number ZON 22-09. This is a request by 12199 Seminole LLC for a zoning change from C1 Neighborhood Commercial to C2 General Commercial and Services on approximately .52 acre located at 12081 Seminole Boulevard in unincorporated Largo. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if you are able to, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 17 letters in support have been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. Commissioners,
Move approval.
Second.
any objections, questions, concerns? Anybody? No? Then, Madam Clerk, would you please unlock the machine and prepare us to vote?
And I'm a yes.
Commissioner Peters is a yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, number 42.
Agenda item number 42 is case number ZON 22-10. This is a request by 2754 Summerdale LLC for a zoning change from RA Residential Agriculture to E2 Employment 2 on approximately .34 acre located at 2754 Summerdale Drive in unincorporated Clearwater. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if you are able to, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. I do. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, what are your wishes?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and approved, and all of the, Madam Clerk, please unlock the machine and prepare us to vote. We're on a new system, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, so with our voting cards, so. And that motion passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. And now we are, okay, that is the end of our public hearing this evening. Thank you all for your time and your treasure coming here. I have two more items that I would like to bring to the board's attention for your approval, please. The first one is, all afternoon while we have been in our meetings, I am so happy to report that there have been ongoing conversations between our staff and Congressman Luna's staff in Washington, D.C., as well as with the White House, with the Army Corps of Engineers. Yay! We look like we might be moving forward a little bit. And so, with that said, I am very pleased to tell you that I'm hopeful to bring you an update in the very not too far distant future. However, in the meantime, Congressman Luna has asked for a letter from the County Commission in support of the beach renourishment process that we have all been trying to go through with the Army Corps for quite some time on the Sand Key Shore Protection effort that we've been embarked on. And so I ask for your approval to send that letter, which I have just received a copy of, and I'm happy to send it out first thing tomorrow morning.
So moved.
Oh, thank you, Brian. Yay. Yes, okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I have to close my board. Can we do all in favor?
Well, yes.
There's nothing to
So
vote.
there's no agenda item.
Okay, good.
Voice vote, there's no
Yes.
agenda item.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, we can do a voice
Be
vote.
just fine. So,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you very much. The second letter is in reference to a very in-depth conversation that you may remember that we had at our last county commission meeting on the issues surrounding CareerSource Pinellas. In this letter that has been provided to me from Commissioner Flowers that she is prepared to send on our behalf, you may remember we gave her authority to do that. There's a lot of information here about some legalities that we all should be very much aware of. So with your approval, I would like to go forward and prepare this letter for final send-off to the CareerSource Board and copy all of you so that you have the information as well. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just real quick, I thought our conversation wasn't, the letter, if I remember correctly, centered around recommending something that they'd already made a decision on.
Well, I don't know that the decision has been final. It's the merger of, as I understand it, the two boards,
Right.
CareerSource Hillsborough and CareerSource Pinellas. In this letter, there's some pretty staggering information, in my opinion, about why we should
Yeah.
maybe move forward and not do that. Barry, do you want to speak more?
I'd sent to you the draft letter that Steve Myers prepared, okay? And so that's, I think, the letter that we're asking for approval on. And that was a little bit different than the discussion, and really, he really focused around the process and whether that approval would be actually occur or not, rather than just the issue about us having influence or control in the outcome of that.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The whole issue of consolidation came about from a bill called the REACH Act that occurred while I was the chair of the Education and Employment Committee. The reason why the then Speaker, Chris Sprowls, changed the name from the Education Committee to the Education and Employment Committee was due to issues surrounding our Career Source Board and legislation, multiple pieces of legislation that sought to bring accountability to career source boards. And one of those elements was going to be consolidating some career source boards, because the issue that we found was not just in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, and it wasn't just the actions of the then CEO, even though those were the most egregious. There were issues in other parts of the state where accountability needed to be looked at and had. I had made previous comments that I thought that the reason why Pinellas and Hillsborough were going to be consolidated had to do with some politics. And it turns out I was incorrect in those assessments due to some conversations I've had with some legislators. So I am going to be voting against this. I believe that there are reasons for having consolidation with Hillsborough, but I do want to publicly commend Commissioner Flowers and her efforts on our behalf on the Career Source Board. You know, the Pinellas Career Source has had issues that has gone on even after Mr. Peachy's exit. The last CEO they had to resign for some personnel reasons. You know, I have every expectation that Mr. Meyer will do and is doing a good job, but I do think that consolidation is in Pinellas County, and more importantly, our workforce and job applicants' best interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Latvala, for that background. If you wouldn't mind just letting me ask you a question. While I understand your position and the position you were in when you were in the legislature, I would like to have an opportunity for you to actually understand the active litigation that is ongoing right now, where we are in the process of trying to recover approximately $3.4 million from the activity that has gone on prior to now. And there's another active litigation going on, which according to Florida law, prior to the establishment of a single new board covering both counties, presents litigation hurdles under Florida law should we proceed now. So while I could understand your position, my question to you is, would there be a way that you could support sending the letter, but maybe asking for a delayed implementation of what you're trying to do so that we could get through the litigation first and then move forward? How about that?
Well, I am not a lawyer, so...
Neither am I, but I am aware that when you're under active litigation, changing the rules halfway through is somewhat problematic.
Well, in that litigation, my understanding had to do with activities that happened under a previous CEO.
It did.
And my understanding is there may still be an active investigation that is ongoing, because I've never heard that any investigation was closed. So,
Can you comment,
I mean,
please?
I would think that if there was criminal activity, that we would still be able to recoup taxpayer money.
Jewel? I'm not an attorney, I'm just
Sure, certainly.
trying to
and
read through the lines here.
My understanding from the letter that Mr. Meyer provided and just some of the comments that he made is that the litigation relates to, there are two independent actions. So one's Career Source Pinellas and one is Career Source Tampa Bay. And they are lawsuits that have been filed basically against the insurance company. And I coincidentally, I believe it's the same insurance company that both of the agencies had that their policies through. It's an error and omissions policy where they're filing to try to recoup the money because of some of the fraudulent activity that was taking place back then. If those two organizations cease to exist, it's hard to say what a court might do. They may consolidate the actions, recognizing that there's a new entity that takes over both. They may not. It's impossible to predict what a court would do. But there is, arguably some substantial funds there that could potentially be recovered, but litigation is just extremely hard to predict what may happen.
And time consuming.
But that's my understanding of the nature of the lawsuit that is referred to here.
So, any more thoughts? Commissioner Justice?
Just a question, the part of the process where the consolidation would require a vote of the highest elected authority, is that still pertinent? Is that a hurdle, or it really doesn't matter if the state reorganizes?
Well, I will tell you, I asked one of my attorneys to look into this subsequent to our meeting last week, and part of the REACH Act that was passed back in 2021 does allow for the state to request a waiver that would basically negate your ability to control that process as the chief elected official if the waiver is granted at the federal level.
Well, where does that leave us today in terms of getting this letter out?
I think it's this board's prerogative whether they wish to send this letter in support not moving forward with a merger at this point in time. Another relevant thing that you may wish to be aware of that I understand from Mr. Meyer in some subsequent conversations is that there's no assurance that if the boards are merged that there would be equal representation on both sides of the bay, and that Career Source Pinellas does have unrestricted funds right now that would then be under the control of a consolidated board to allocate as they deem appropriate. There are, of course, formulas that dictate the use of funds as to each of the regions. But, under a consolidated board, that board is going to have the say-so as to how those funds are spent and whether it's in compliance with what we may think, as the chief elected official here, is correct or not. It would be difficult for us to determine what recourse we might have.
So do we know how much that money is?
I do not know. But my understanding is the money being sought from the insurance company under the errors and omissions is pretty substantial.
Yeah.
I thought the numbers I heard was it was $1 million or so on our side of the bay and in excess of that across the bay.
Yeah.
So wouldn't the legislature know about this legislation or this lawsuit?
I don't know whether they would or not. I am not aware of that.
So in my experience when I was in the legislature, they were usually typically aware. When they were looking at this kind of thing and consolidating, they've done their homework and their research to know what spider web they're going to get into. So, my intuition tells me they know there's a lawsuit going on. They're going to move forward with that knowledge or without that knowledge. However they're going to do it. I did meet with some folks that I know in the process as well. And it was recommended to me that a letter would not be prudent. It would not be real effective. And so you don't have my support on this one either.
Or does that mean you don't support the Luna one?
This
Oh,
Career
okay,
Source.
Okay,
Career
just
Source.
clarifying.
I'm with you on Luna.
Okay,
With you on
good,
that one.
good. Yes, Commissioner
Yeah,
Eggers.
so if I, again, just trying to frame this a little bit, that if we felt that the argument was that we probably should be the leading group in this merged entity because of the track record. And we talked about a lot of successes that we've had here that justify us being considered as the lead group, and that we have equal representation on the board. And to me, that's a different tone than this one.
It is.
This one is much more like, we think you're wrong, we disagree with the merger, and here's a reason why. And to me, it's not, I don't think that's, the spirit of the fact that they're going down a road anyway to get on board with positive contributions as to why we want certain things, I think is a better route to go than one that is more, I just felt like this was totally different than what we had, the spirit of what we were talking about. So I'm not going to support this.
Commissioner Latvala.
I think, you know, one thing that is somewhat lost is we weren't really merged before. It was just one guy that was leading both organizations because both sides of the bay thought that this guy was so great because he hoodwinked both Pinellas and Hillsborough. And so, you know, I think it all comes down to having the right people in place, you know, that has the mission of job seekers and employers in mind, and that's going to do the right things and not, you know, fudge numbers and actually hold, you know, job fairs. When I was in Tallahassee, I would, anytime I, you know, would talk to business people that would come up that owned businesses or owned, or that were chamber folks, I would, you know, ask them about, you know, our workforce board. And this was long after Ed was long gone.
Yeah.
And one of the common complaints that every single one of them had was Pinellas didn't even hold job fairs, but Hillsborough did. I mean, that is a basic, I think now it's changed and they do, but that's just a basic thing that they should have always done. And so, I mean, I don't think that there's any harm in, you know, trying something new, you know, that may serve the citizens better.
So, do you have any comments, Commissioner Scott?
I actually, when I first read the letter, I actually thought it was pretty good, but now listening to the rest of the comments here, so sure.
There you
So,
go.
Yeah.
A learning process. So how about this? What if we try to take all these comments that have been made this evening and craft a different kind of a letter in a different tone, requesting that Pinellas County somehow position ourselves to be leaders in this effort?
Well, the dilemma with that is that it closed in the first week of April and we weren't meeting again. So it had to be done today, if I recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it had to be done today. And based on the conversations I've had is, you know, if the state looks to privatize, I don't know what happens with the lawsuits. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know that this is the letter that we agreed that we wanted to do. I understand that the lawsuits are very important to be brought to the forefront. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting them know that there's lawsuits in this process, but I don't think I want to say that I'm opposed to what they're doing. And I'm not even sure that we can tout that we're the better ones to do when we hired the person that hoodwinked everybody. You know, and so I don't know that we can say that we're so great when we got lawsuits going on because we hired somebody who did some bad things. And so my comfort levels is not there after having other conversations with people that have a different perspective than I do.
So what do you want to do?
And so I'm not in support of this letter.
Okay.
I'm not in support of this letter. And I don't know, I don't know, Jewel, if you can contact staff who does the staff analysis just to say, can you at least include that there are lawsuits pending so that they know there's lawsuits pending? But I just don't know that I want to send a letter saying we want to be the leaders, and I'm not there. And I wish we had more time. We weren't given a lot of time. I know we had to make a decision today because the deadline that you have to do online is next week, but I'm just not there.
I thought that one of the things I heard Mr. Meyer say was that the deadline that you were talking about, I think he was talking about the 7th. You have a work session on the 6th. I don't know, I mean, you don't typically vote on these types of things, but we will generally send letters when there's a consensus among the board. I'm not suggesting that we would necessarily have a consensus, but perhaps at the very least we could try to get some more information on the litigation that's going forward. You know, again, I won't make predictions on litigation that we handle for you here at the county because you just never know how things are going to play out. But we could certainly reach out and see if we could get additional information from you all if you seem to have any consensus whatsoever on at least educating folks about the litigation. That might be a tactic to take, and we could see what we could do to get information by the time of that meeting, which is about a week and a half away. That seems to be one of the bigger issues that I think I hear some consensus on up here is we'd like to protect the ability to potentially recover some of those funds from the insurance company.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. I'm not in support of saying that we want to be the leaders and we want this and we want that. I'm not in favor of dictating what they're doing, and based on what I was told on why they're doing this, it's not going to be considered anyway. So I just don't know if that's a good use of our time. But, you know, educating them on at least just FYI, so for in your staff analysis, that's included. You know, there are some pending lawsuits, so as you go forward, just know this is something that's pending, and, I'm not sure even if my colleagues would agree with that, but, I think that's something a little different than what this says. Anyways, go ahead.
Again, this is a regional activity, so to speak, and we have precedents in other regional activities, Tampa Bay Water being one of them, where we don't do things just by population. We actually have 3 from Pasco, 3 from Pinellas, 3 from Hillsborough. So I think making a comment as to having equal representation is a good comment to make. I also think that things are different than they were under the previous person. I think the people that hired the previous person aren't here now, and I certainly want to have the leadership, and I'm not saying you can tout how great we are, but I say that I would like serious consideration for us to be having the leadership role in the group. So I have no problem with that, and if we don't want to toot our own horn and how much better we're doing now than we did then, that's fine. But I do think that it's important for them to understand that we are interested in having a leadership role. So that's I would just throw that comment
I agree
out.
with Commissioner Eggers, and to that point, both of us have had a recent experience about where it's hard to play fair in an arena where there's one entity that wants total control, that wants everything to be their way. So while we're working so hard to do things in a regional fashion, that requires honest brokers at the table who understand their role in the arena and not just, self-serving kind of way. So I agree with you, Commissioner Eggers.
We do not need to write a letter to know that Pinellas is always better than Hillsborough. I do have a question, though. Could individual commissioners write letters on their own? I mean, that would be fine, right?
It could, but
In
what
their
we're
own
looking
individual capacities?
They could, absolutely, anytime, but what I think we're looking for right now is some collaboration and some cohesiveness that shows that we are acting together in the best interest of our citizens, because also in the letter, and we even heard from Mr. Myers, I think it is that his name, at our workshop, there's a lot of impediments to putting everything together in Hillsborough in terms of our citizens who are looking for jobs, which at the end of the day is the whole purpose of why we're working on this, as I understand it. Commissioner Scott, was it you or Commissioner?
Justice.
Oh, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if you wanted, I have no problem with a letter. I have really no problem with the letter that was drafted. I think it's okay to say we don't agree with it. If you want to say, you want to phrase it a little nicer, that's fine. You want to say we have concerns moving forward. I think it's okay to say we have concerns with the lawsuit issue. We have concerns with having a county of nearly 1 million people without our own workforce board. I think that's okay to say that, to express those concerns on behalf of our constituents. We're nearly 1 million people. We shouldn't have to go to Tampa and our constituents. So to have a concern about what the board will makeup will be, to have a concern about where the offices will be, what the access will be, expressing all those concerns about how this new board will be established, I think is completely appropriate for our role in this whole process. So I'm fine taking a look at another letter. I'm fine if individuals want to do it. I think the issue is that you want to have a consensus letter coming from the highest elected authority in the county.
Correct.
Since that would be potentially a role that we would play if there's not this federal waiver. So,
I agree with
just
you.
my 2 cents.
And you all are the chief elected official under the federal act that have, to some extent, the say-so on how things are done, but you certainly have the responsibility when things go awry, as we found out.
Thank you. And I agree, I agree with Commissioner Eggers, and I agree with Commissioner Justice. How about that? So is there a way that somebody can pen that all on paper and come back with a recommendation
Kevin?
for our workshop? Kevin? Kevin,
Yeah,
to the
Kevin's
rescue.
our workforce board guy, so, and I'm sure Steve is watching tonight, and so he's heard your comments. And so we can take a
Just
look
for
at a
kicks
draft.
and giggles, so that we can have something for discussion.
So
I think it would
I
be
do have a
good.
question.
Commissioner
So
Peters.
Jewel, if they decide to privatize, which is what I believe is the direction they're going to want to go, what does that look like? Not that you know, magic ball, crystal ball, and then if the state chooses that they want to do privatization, I'm not sure what role we even have, although the federal law says that we are the elected body. And then maybe I have a misunderstanding there, but as long as we are the highest elected body, I think Charlie's right. We have to write our concerns. I just don't want to go in there and start dictating about how we're the best one and kind of have it, the tone, I don't like the tone.
I agree with that.
And, but I do believe that what they're looking at is more privatization versus this run. They under Governor Scott, he looked at the same thing with CareerSource, felt that they weren't effective, they weren't efficient. Clearly, this governor has the same idea, that they're not effective and they're not efficient. So, that's two governors that have found in their departments saying that this is not effective and efficient. And so if they're looking to do something different that might be effective and different, I'm not necessarily opposed to that either. And so I don't know that I want to say in that letter that I'm opposed to what they're doing. Sure, I want them to know about the pending lawsuits for them to take that further consideration. But when you have two governors for 8 years and now 4 years that are saying these are ineffective and not efficient, then maybe their research is going to come up with another opportunity that may be better for our citizens. I don't know that. You're right. We have 1 million people, and we have to look out for our 1 million people. But that doesn't mean that change is going to be bad.
Right, and that's why I expressed it as concerns on those particular issues, rather than I'm against this, this, or this. It's,
I
here's
like
where our
concern.
concerns are.
I like concern.
I agree.
I like that.
I agree with that approach as well.
Look at that, we beginning to build a collaborative. Isn't that lovely? Oh, it feels so good. Let's stay on that vein. Anything else for
Make
the
sure
good
the
of the
letter is
order?
lovely, Kevin.
Motion to adjourn.
Are we done? We're good.
Second, yeah, we're
Okay.
done.
Best wishes.
Have a
Kevin.
great evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you back here again next time.